And welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who has joined in. If you don't already know, we are working on a kids design glass right now, which I just showed an image of that on the screen not too long ago. So that gives you some reference as to what we're working on. And yeah, we're doing this at the center bench. We'll probably work on some smaller details such as limbs and tails and set them aside, and then we'll blow the body and attach pieces one by one. That's kind of the process that we go through. And usually when we make kids design glass objects, we'll make two of them, and one of them goes home with the family, one of them stays at the Museum of Glass that we can display every now and then. So, yeah. So Gabe has a bit of color on the end of his pipe, and he's pulling a strand off of the end, and this is creating something called a stringer. And what we do with stringers is we can create smaller details with them by using just a section that's maybe about pencil length and really just melting the end and tracing it onto the glass. So it's really fine detailed work that we usually create using these stringers. And as you could tell, it's already cooled enough for us to basically touch. The concrete pulls the heat out almost immediately, which is why we have to cool our pieces super slowly when we finish them. With a piece of glass this thin, it's not going to matter if we cool it that fast, but a final piece we will put inside of these large boxes on our far walls. These are called annealers. So I know a couple of new people just joined in, and not sure, maybe you're here for the hands-on experiences, or maybe you're just wandering around, but yeah, okay, good. So I wanted to share what we're doing real quick. At the center and right bench, we are working on making a kids design glass piece. And could we have that image up on the screen, please? Just to show off what we're making. Yeah, sometimes it's a little bit slow, but we have a couple of images here. Maybe I'll just hold it up for you. Yeah, here we go. So it's a bunny, which is actually based off of the artist's pet rabbit, and it is turned into a monster truck, which is awesome. So we're just getting started on this. We have a few different ways of coloring the glass that we're working with, and we're working kind of from the smaller details onward, and then we'll create the main body and attach everything together. And then over on the left bench, as I briefly mentioned earlier, we're doing some hands-on experiences, so people are coming down on the floor and making small items such as paperweights. And I think that they are spring themed. I think they're making egg paperweights. So the center bench, I believe this may be an ear, but we have a base color. This is all solid glass through and through. And we just brought over a second color, which Gabe is working with, still just doing a little bit of shaping at the marver, this large metal table. And he added that small bit of color right in the center. And just to point out the different ways of coloring that we're using today, we're using powder, we're using frit, we are using color bar, and there are some differences between them. It's mostly about texture. They all have the same different metals and minerals and oxides inside of them to get those different colors, such as this pink. This pink could be coming from gold chloride, it could be coming from copper. There are a few different ways that they get these colors, and there are almost infinite combinations, as you can imagine. Yeah, so just a little recap for the newcomers. We've been working on the components of this piece first, and then we'll kind of attach them all together at once, closer to the end. So this piece that we have at the center bench right here, this is an ear. You can't quite see the different colors very well on it right now, just because of how hot the glass is. It's all blended together just a little bit, but we have that overall brown color, and then we have a pink front to it. And what we'll do with this piece of glass is we will just break it off of the end of the pipe and set it aside in the garage. The garage is this large silver box right here. It'll keep this piece of glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Otherwise, it would crack. So this is just going to keep it at a really healthy and safe temperature. And just to point out, Sarah's done this a couple of times now, but I just want to explain what she's doing and why. So she's gathering a layer of clear glass over top of that layer of color. This is a powdered colored glass that we're using specifically for the wheels. And as you can imagine, this is just the same as any other colored glass. It's just crushed into a really fine powder. And this will create a pretty smooth surface of color across the piece of glass, so you won't be able to see through it very much. But this color, I think, tends to be a little bit more reactive, or maybe it would leave a little texture behind. So they're clear coating it, making sure the color's not on the surface of the piece anymore. Instead, it's protected by a layer of clear. And this is a black glass that Sarah's working with, that powder. Just appears orange whenever we're working with it because there's so much heat that it's radiating light, kind of like lava. And we're continuing on to the next ear at the center bench. We just have to make sure they turn out pretty much the same. So Trent's going in with a pair of calipers, it's called, measuring device. Just briefly checking how long this ear is before he moves on. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. I just wanted to share once again, we're working on a kids design glass. And this is the image here. I'll just hold it up for you to see so you can get an idea. But this is starting already. We have multiple components for this piece. We have the ears for the rabbit, and we have the second ear being made right now anyways. And we have the wheels over on the right bench that are being made by Sarah. And eventually, once we have all the components we need, we'll usually make like an extra one or two just in case. Then we start putting everything together. And there are a lot of details in this piece. There's even writing on the side of the piece, which is going to have to be done by hand using a stringer, which is a strand of colored glass like we have on the floor right there. So we'll have a pretty detailed process for this piece. So just like with our other ear, we will knock this finished piece of glass off onto a heated tray and carry it over to the garage, which will keep it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. Just want to give a little introduction as to what we have going on the floor again. So we have a kids design glass piece being made right now at the center bench. And I can't pop it up on the screen, but I do have this image right here, luckily. So this is a sort of rabbit monster truck, and it has some writing on the side. It's a little hard to see here, but it says Carrot Crusher. And this is going to be handwritten on the side. So this entire piece has a pretty high level of detail. It has a lot of different small components that are being made and set aside, and then we have to make the body and bring everything together. So it's a pretty big piece of glass. And we are continuing to work on the wheels over on the right bench. We just finished the ears at the center bench, and they'll probably move on to some other components pretty soon, such as a tail maybe. And then over on the left, we have been doing some hands-on experiences. I think they're just going and getting the next group now, but this is when people come down and make their own pieces of glass art. We are sadly booked for the rest of the day today, but I always just want to mention we have these every month. So yeah, I think today it's egg paperweights in kind of the spring theme. And just to give you a little tour of the hot shop, this is something I haven't quite done yet today. This is where we start all of our projects, this large tank with a closed door in the back. We do have two of these. These are our glass furnaces, so they physically hold a pool of molten glass inside of them in a giant ceramic crucible. And these hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a very impressive amount of heat. If you open up the door, you can't see anything inside because it's all just glowing. So you can only see the glass once you start wrapping it up on the end of the pipe. And that brings me to kind of the next part. So we have these metal pipes that we have the glass attached to. And to get the glass on the pipe in the first place, it's really just like sticking a wooden dowel into a jar of honey and then turning. And the molten glass really is the texture of honey. It just kind of sticks to the end and wraps around as we turn. And so that creates a gather, and we measure our pieces kind of by gather. So there's 1 gather, 2 gather, 3 gather, and it just grows exponentially in size each time we gather. And we are coloring the glass using a few different methods today. We have a couple of examples right here, luckily. So this solid colored glass, this is called color bar, and it's pretty self-explanatory. It's a bar of colored glass, so we get shipped in. And this is just super pure, super rich color through and through. We'll probably use it for the body, maybe. And other than this, we're using something called frit, which are basically these shards of colored glass. They create kind of a speckled pattern on the piece. And then we're also using powdered glass, which has a very, very fine texture. Now these open face furnaces, I didn't point these out quite yet, but these are just for reheating. There's nothing physically inside of them other than a swirling ball of fire at about 21 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And if you Google around a little bit, these temperatures are actually hotter than some lavas that are produced on our planet, which I think is super impressive. So we're seeing the process of this wheel being made right in front of our eyes. Sarah's using a pair of jacks, these 2 metal blades, and she first started squeezing down near the pipe. This is basically our breaking point. We'll break this entire wheel off of the pipe from that line later on. Yeah, so we have a few different ways of coloring the glass, which I'm not sure if you were here when I was pointing them out, like the color bar right here and the frit, which is kind of the shards of colored glass. But we take the clear molten glass out of the furnace, and then we roll it inside of the powder or the frit, or we melt the color and kind of smash it and spread it on top. There are a few different ways to get color, but this one was just the powder, so we took the clear and then rolled it in a dish of powder or sprinkled it on top. I missed the exact moment that we did that. I think that we might have sprinkled it on top around the corner using our powder booth. It's a little bit dangerous to work with powdered glass because you have a chance of inhaling it, and it's as fine as flour. Oh yeah, by the way, this is the tail that we're working on right here. Yeah, so this is actually kind of warmer. It keeps the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is all just to prevent thermal shock. So anything that we are going to attach to a piece later on, or we have to set it aside and take our lunch, for example, then we put it in the garage and we just let it sit for a little bit, and then we can take it back out and attach it to the rest of our piece, or just keep working with it in general. Yeah, it's really convenient. And this is a really nice and big garage. There's some hot shops that are considered professional and they don't even have garages, for example. It's just, this is a super professional space. There are people that come from across the world to be able to work here. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop to everyone who's just joining in. We are making a kids design glass piece today, and this is being drawn onto the ground in chalk right now just to get the dimensions that we need for this piece. We've already been working on a lot of the smaller components. This is a sort of rabbit monster truck mashup, and it's going to have writing on the side of it as well, which means that this piece is pretty detailed. We're going to have to spend a lot of time on it. And we've already been working on this piece for almost an hour now. We started at 10. And we've already created some of the wheels, we've created the ears, and we just finished the tail. And at the center bench, Gabe has a piece of color bar, which I was describing to some of the audience earlier is solid colored glass through and through. And we'll use this solid color usually to drop onto a clear bit of glass and kind of spread it over top. But we'll see how they use it this time. Just have a very small amount that we picked up. I would assume that we'll probably create an eye out of this or maybe use it as details for the wheels of our piece. Yeah, it looks like we're still continuing some of those wheels over on the right bench, by the way. Yeah, because there are so many new people, I just want to mention real quick that Kids Design Glass is something that any kid 12 and under can participate in. They just submit a drawing, and this has the chance to turn into a piece of glass like we're seeing today. Whenever they make these Kids Design Glass pieces, they'll make 2 of them, and one of them goes home with the family. One of them stays here at the Museum of Glass to be put on display. And we have tons of these. They're done every single month, and they've been done basically since the museum opened. I haven't been around that long, so I'm not entirely sure of the timeline, but they've been happening for a really long time. So we have hundreds, maybe thousands of these pieces made. And yeah, as Gabe was saying, we're making some teeth at the center bench. Just like all the previous times, whenever we finish a piece of this overall project, we're setting it in the garage, this large silver box. So if you haven't seen this box already, we're just using it to keep the glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh yeah, we're continuously accepting entries. Every month they go through all of the entries that they've been building up until that time, like from the last piece, and then they'll choose one out of those entries. Yeah, and I feel like this is something that should be mentioned almost hand in hand with Kids Design Glass, because there's just so many ways to get involved. But if you are not 12 and younger, if you're more so 12 to 18, you can participate in blowing glass yourself in Tacoma. So there are tons of free programs, free ways to blow glass. They have after school clubs, they have during the day electives, they have summer programs which are a little bit more accessible. And you don't have to be a part of Tacoma Public Schools, but it kind of takes place in a couple of our schools, in a middle school and a high school. So those are really cool. That's something I went through myself. So if anyone's curious about that, feel free to just ask me more questions. So I was just pointing out to someone in the audience, Gabe has just grabbed a hollow pipe. So far today we've just been working with solid steel pipes and we've been working with solid pieces of glass on the end, sculpting. But this time he has blown a bubble into this glass on the end of our pipe. So this is probably going to become the main body of our rabbit. And yeah, just like all of the previous times, we start with clear glass on the end of our pipe. So we have a clear bubble. And right here, Trent is working with a solid piece of colored glass. This started as color bar, which, once again, this white tray right here, this is a tray of color bar. He melted this down, and he's getting ready to drop it on top of this clear bubble. And I'm really glad you guys get to see this process because this is done for almost any blown piece you'll see in the galleries and just in blown glass in general. This solid looking smooth color is coming from this technique right here. So we quite literally drop the color on top, hence the name color drop. And then we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling this hot colored glass back until it covers up this clear. So when you look at the cross-section of a finished piece of glass, it's a really thin layer of color sandwiched between layers of clear. And the colored glass is pretty rich, so really we use hardly any across the entire piece. So we've rolled that color back. We now have that smooth layer of color across the entire bubble. And we'll start gathering layers of clear over top of this to build up some mass once this color cools down a little bit. So we've gathered a layer of clear over top of that color. We've sat down and we're starting to use a block now, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is kept constantly saturated in water to make sure that it doesn't burn when we're using it on the glass. It's actually creating a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass, not allowing them to even touch. This is the light and frost effect. We use a lot of physics when it comes to glass, whether it's just inadvertently or on purpose. So the reason for using the block, we're trying to even out this fresh layer of clear, and then when we heat this glass up and let it sit and use the block over and over, this process is usually done a couple of times. This is allowing the heat to be evenly dispersed throughout all of the glass, making sure the bubble blows out evenly. If we were to just gather that layer of clear, sit down, and then start blowing straight away, it's going to blow out in the thicker, hotter portions of the glass, causing a lot of unevenness. And we're already starting to blow this out a little bit. Trent's now using a carbon fiber pad to shape the glass, and this is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. And surprisingly, you cannot feel any heat through this at all. So for those who just joined in, just want to show off this image right here. This is a kids design glass that we're working on right now. And this is basically a rabbit monster truck mashup. And this is based off of the artist's actual pet rabbit that they have at home and their love for monster trucks. We are just getting started on the body for this piece. We've already made a lot of the individual components, such as the ears and the tail and the wheels, and we've set them all aside in the garage to stay warm, this large silver box right here. So once we have the body, we'll start pulling out all those individual components, and we'll see everything start to come together a lot more. And we do have to make 2 of these. We'll make one for the museum to keep, and then one gets to go home with the family who designed the piece. And luckily, they're here watching this piece come to life. So for those who just came in, I was just explaining what we are working on today, which, once again, this is a kids design glass piece that we're working on today. It's basically a rabbit monster truck mashup. And this even has a writing on the side. It's a pretty detailed piece of art. So it's going to take a little while to finish this piece, but we already have most of the individual components we need, such as the ears, the tail, the wheels. So now we just are blowing out the body itself. And eventually we'll start just bringing all those components together, attaching everything and finishing it off. And Kids Design Glass is something anyone 12 and younger can participate in. So if you know anyone that's interested, they can submit a drawing, and it has the chance to be turned into a piece of glass. Each month they go through the drawings and they choose one. And this is continuous. They've done it for a very, very long time. Now up on the screen we have a view of our powder booth. We don't see this super often, but we are quite literally just dusting a colored powdered glass onto the surface of the piece. And if the glass is hot enough, this powder will stick and form a layer of color. So this is probably a little bit of a lighter brown than we originally started off with. Just trying to match the color of the other components such as the ears and the tail. So I was just reminded that we actually have a video that talks about the Kids Design Glass program a little bit more in depth, and it shows some of the various pieces that have been made and some of the people talk about what they've made. And yeah, these have been made since the museum opened. So there are people who made these pieces and then they kept these pieces until they grew up, and they still just have that memory. It's really cool, this experience. And so let's play that Kids Design Glass video, please. Sometimes the video takes a while to pull up. Could we have the Kids Design Glass video, please?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're gonna have this thing that they're gonna have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, I've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids' design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So we've made quite a bit of progress since I put that video up. Once again, we have gotten started on the body for this piece, and what we're going to work on next is flattening certain sides of the body to give it a more truck shape appearance, which, yeah, I know some of you just joined in, so I just wanted to show off the kids' design glass that we're making right now. So this piece has a flat bottom and also kind of a flat face, so we're applying pressure to certain areas of the glass to get that more boxy shape. And just to mention real quick, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. It could be anything glass related, whether it's about the hot shop, about the artists that are on the hot shop floor, or things you might have seen in the museum. And just to mention these tools real quick, we're using corkwood paddles to flatten the glass. And these do burn pretty easily, but the idea of using them is they are pretty insulating tool. The material is very insulating, so when we touch it to the glass is not going to be losing a lot of heat, and it's not going to shock the glass in any sort of way. And this surface that we've been setting the glass on, this is just a piece of kiln shelf that's coated in beeswax, which is why it looks so dark. It's just all this burnt beeswax layer after layer each time they've used it. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Yeah, I just want to share that we are working on some kids design glass drawings today. And specifically the one that we are working on today is a sort of rabbit and monster truck hybrid. And could we have the image of this piece up on the screen, please? Could I have the image of this kids design glasswork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So, just pointing out once again for those who just joined in, this is what we're working on up on the screen, as well as a short description right here. And this is the body of the piece that we're working on right at this moment. We've already made the smaller components such as the teeth and the ears and the tail and the wheels as well. This has all been set aside and it's staying warm inside of the garage, which is this large silver box right here. This just keeps the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock. Later on, when we're ready to attach the components to the body, we'll just pull them out one by one. And the body is also going to have some writing on the side done by hand using these stringers, which are strands of colored glass. And some of you might be able to see them from where you're sitting. There are these small strands of color sitting underneath the table right here on the floor. And they were pulled really early on in the day out of pure colored glass. I think it's a gray color. And we haven't quite seen this torch used yet today, or if we have, just didn't mention it earlier, but this smaller handheld torch is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. You could tell how hot it is based off of that bright blue color, but this could get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we'll use it to spot heat very small areas of the glass. It's really helpful for sculpting, so we're not losing the shape in other areas. Instead, we're just focusing on that one section at a time. So we're just making sure to get all of the right angles that we need in this piece. Oh, and I haven't mentioned this yet to the new crowd, but if anyone's curious, we have some hands-on workshops going on over on the left bench. So that's what's going on over there. I think today they're making egg paperweights, and yeah, it's kind of our spring theme. They are sold out for today, but it's something we do every month is allow people to come down onto the floor and make their own small items. And just to mention real quick again, Kids Design Glass is something anyone 12 and younger can participate in. You submit a drawing and it has the chance to be turned into glass. It's something they do once a month. They'll go through every single submission and they'll choose the perfect one. This one is very unique. This one is possible to make out of glass, very importantly. But yeah, it happens once a month and it's completely free. I think anyone across the world can do it. There's just going to be the issue figuring out shipping because one of them goes home with the family, one of them stays at the Museum of Glass. And I know there are probably some kids who are maybe just over 12 disappointed that they missed out on that chance, but you guys have an opportunity for something I would argue is even better, where you can actually blow glass yourselves. So in Tacoma, they have 2 schools. There's a middle school and a high school where they have hot shops in the back of them. And you don't have to be a part of Tacoma Public Schools. You just have to be able to physically make it to the program and you're allowed to participate. They have summer programs, they have after school clubs, and they also have during the day electives. So as long as you're anywhere from like 13 to 18, you can participate in those programs. So this step right here, something we don't see super often, but is pretty cool. We are heating up the end of a tungsten drill bit. We're pushing this into the bottom of the piece. So this is both melting and kind of drilling a hole into the bottom. This is really important. This piece that we're making, it appears to be a completely closed form. And we don't want to create a vacuum inside of the piece, which means that it can implode on itself on a later date, just from the way that the air pressure works and the heat of the glass. So we will drill a small hole that is basically not noticeable in the final product, and then we'll just continue on in our process. So we've just brought over another hollow pipe. You can always tell this is a hollow pipe because we have that kind of triangular pointed mouthpiece on the end where we blow inside of the pipe. This has some clear glass on the end of it that is completely open. If we were to blow air into the end of it when we were just about to attach it, that air would just pass all the way through. And we attach this over the hole that we drilled into the end of the piece so we can continue to blow air into it after we've broken it off of this pipe right here. It's a very tricky process, but it's all just to be able to get kind of a square end on this end of the piece as well. So we're going to completely close off that opening we just created by breaking it off. And this connection is still really hot, so they're using that heat to their advantage and centering the piece real quick before they move on. So to start closing off this opening, Trent is going in with some tweezers. He's kind of stretching this area out more than he is just shaping, pinching. He's more so pulling. And he flares this excess glass out and starts squeezing down to bring this hole closer and closer to touching onto itself. Yeah, once again, this is all just excess glass that'll eventually be broken off. And this is one of the very few pieces of scrap that is created from this piece overall. We create very little waste. And all of the clear glass that we end up breaking off of pieces, we tend to reuse as well. So now you can see why this process earlier where we drilled that hole and then attached that second blowpipe was so important. Because we've sealed that opening off, we're now able to continue blowing into this piece. We've reinflated this area and we'll start to square this end off as well using that same setup we were earlier, that heated up piece of kiln shelf with beeswax over it. So yeah, if you didn't see this setup earlier, we're just using this piece of kiln shelf to keep the bottom completely flat, while we're using these two corkwood paddles to flatten all the other areas that we want to kind of square off. And it looks like we might already be getting prepared to attach some of our components. So just to point out one more time for anyone that hasn't seen it, this box right here is called the garage, and it keeps pieces of glass that we put inside of it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we made all the ears and all the wheels and all those other small details, we put them inside of that box to just keep them warm. In the meantime, we worked on the body. So now we'll start pulling them out one by one and attaching all these components together. And just kind of using glass knowledge, I believe we'll be attaching the larger components first and then save the smallest ones for last, because small glass gets hot faster and it'll start to lose its shape. So we've just brought out our first piece of glass that will attach to this overall body for our piece. And I believe that this is a wheel that we'll be attaching first off. So right after taking it out of the garage, we give it a nice flash, which means that we're briefly heating all that glass up, just making sure it doesn't drop too low in temperature, which can cause it to crack or break. And we'll start spot heating now. So you can see we're heating up just one small section with our torch at the center bench, and this is exactly where we're going to attach that wheel. And we'll usually heat up the connection point on the wheel as well, so wherever the wheel is going to touch the body. And then after getting those two connection points super hot, we'll bring them together and hopefully they will basically fuse. So this is a hot attachment. You can technically attach pieces of glass cold using glue, epoxy, and resin and things like this, but we try to attach most things hot in the hot shop when we can. So it looks like we've heated up those two spots enough to bring them together now. Brought our first wheel over, and then with the simple tap of the pipe, that piece pops right off. Every now and then we're using this small straw broom to brush at the glass. This is especially used if we use the corkwood paddles on the glass beforehand, because this will sometimes leave small particles behind, and those can get permanently trapped in the glass if we don't get those off. So that's all that straw broom is used for. In this case, it was probably little shards of glass that came off with that connection. So this same process will continue for every single wheel around the entirety of this piece. And I know quite a few new people have just joined in, so could I have our Kids Design Glass up on the screen again, please? And we'll just have to give it a moment. It's been taking its time today. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for that image to pop up, I just want to mention, if you haven't heard of Kids Design Glass, this is when 12 and younger age kiddos can submit a drawing that they've created. And this has a chance to turn into a piece of glass here on the hot shop floor. So that's what's happening today. We do this once a month, and we'll always do it on I think it's always on a weekend, just to make sure that more people can see this piece being made, and the family has a chance to come in and see this piece being made, as the kids are usually in school during the week. And this piece is a rabbit monster truck sort of hybrid, which is why I'm really excited to show off that photo whenever it pops up. Yeah, could I have that Kids Design Glass photo, please? All right, well, I'm not sure why it's it's not popping up, but oh my gosh, hopefully some of you in the back can see this, but this is exactly what we're making right here. Yeah, I think that there's a couple of these throughout the hot shop in a couple of different places, but yeah, this is the rabbit monster truck hybrid right here. And we obviously are pretty far along with this piece already. We have all of the components made. We're just attaching everything now. So this is the best part of the process that you're seeing. So we are ready with the second wheel. We're just heating up those 2 connection points every time, so that small area on the body, and then also the entire face of the wheel itself. And the way that this glass was colored, these wheels, the black color is very close to the surface, but the majority of this glass is just solid clear glass through and through. So every time we're breaking it off of the end of that little pipe that we used to carry it over, we can kind of see a window of clear. So that's why Trent is going in with this small handheld torch, and he's superheating that spot where it was previously connected. And then he picks off those little bits of glass, and it pulls all of the black glass in again. So it just appears to be all black. Yeah, there's a lot of effort that has to go into any single piece of glass, whether it's sculptural, whether it's blown. And this piece does have sculptural and blown components. The body is the body is hollow, but everything else is solid. And since we've already seen this part of the process, attaching these wheels a couple of times, I think this is a good time to show off the Kids Design Glass video, and you guys can see some of the other designs that have been created and hear from some of the creators themselves and just kind of see the overall process and hear about the program. So could I have the Kids Design Glass video, please? Can I have the Kids Design Glass video, please? All right, I'm gonna go check in and see what's going on. So I'm gonna go make a phone call real quick. Nothing's been popping up for a little while. I'm sure you guys have noticed. So I'll be right back. All right, testing, testing. You can hear me? All right, I'm back. I just want to mention real quick before I continue, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Yeah, if you see anything in the galleries you're curious about, if you're curious about the artists that are on the floor, or just anything about the glass, feel free to let me know. And yeah, whenever we can, could we have the Kids Design Glass video, please? Thank you.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So next we're bringing over this bit of solid white color over and over again. And we'll start applying this to the center of the wheels just to add even more detail to the piece. And yeah, for those who just joined in, once again, we're working on a Kids Design glass piece. I just played a video at least a couple of minutes ago that was showing off some of the other designs and talking about the program itself. But yeah, this Kids Design glass is really coming together already, and this is going to be a rabbit and monster car kind of smash up. So we have a lot of rabbit features that'll come into play pretty soon, including a tail and some ears and some nice pearly white buck teeth as well. And we already have all these individual components made and set aside inside of this silver box called the garage. So whenever you see us working with this box, whether we're putting something in there, taking something out, this box is just used to keep the glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's just letting us do the other steps first, and then we'll bring all the pieces together at once. Yeah, this is definitely the most exciting part of the process, because this is when you start seeing the piece really come to life and start taking shape. Yeah, we have these large torches where we put the button and it can get a lot bigger and brighter, but we call these fluffy torches, and they run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And I just got a question as to why we're heating up a certain area with this torch. We're heating up the area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe, and this is because it's the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out, so it's naturally losing a lot of heat. This is also where it's attached to the metal pipe itself. If we let that area cool down too much, then we'll get a lot of cracking and breaking from thermal shock. And it does happen pretty quickly, you'd be surprised. So yeah, this glass, even though it looks pretty solid, it looks like all the colors coming back and everything, it's still just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's why you never touch anything in the hot shop that you're unsure of if it's metal or glass. And now we're able to use this same white bit of glass to start on the eyes. I think one of the hardest parts of this piece is going to be making everything super symmetrical, because you have to completely flip the piece to be able to see the other side. But these guys have all been working with glass for a really long time, and the majority of the people you see on the floor here, they're all our full-time resident hot shop team. So they all work here full-time as glass artists. Oh yeah, and if anyone's curious, over on the left we have some hands-on experiences going on. I think they're making egg paperweights today, and this is something we do every single month. we let people come on the floor and make some items for themselves to take home. We are all sold out of slots today, but I just like to mention it. So very, very early on in the day, we created these thin strands of gray colored glass called stringers, and we'll use these for the really fine details on the piece. The image shows that we have these kind of spokes on the inside of the wheels, and then we also have some writing on the side of the piece that says Carrot Crusher, and I assume that they're still going to do that writing. I really hope so. It's going to take a long time because it's a lot of really fine detail work that they have to do. And by the way, just to share, this is called flame working when they're using this small handheld torch and they're using these small pieces of glass. There are different forms of flame working. Like if you go in the Museum of Glass store, you'll see glass jewelry. That's a form of flame working. And then there's all those insects inside of the gallery. Those were made using flame working as well. And it's just really mind-blowing the level of detail you can get from working on that small scale. And you can even combine it with bigger scale pieces in the hot shop like we are right now. Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of this today, but we're using a wooden paddle to shield Trent's hand as he's using this stringer and flame working a little bit. There's a lot of heat that's radiating off of the piece, and it does become a little painful if you're this close to the piece of glass for an extended period of time, as you can imagine. And we do use these wooden paddles for flattening the glass. I think we did that a couple of times earlier, which is why they are so charred. But yeah, we use a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop, surprisingly. They do burn up and they get used up over time, but it's an insulating material, and we have many uses for it. Oh, and something important to point out. So the colors that you're seeing on the glass oftentimes are not exactly accurate to the final product. If we're working with a red in the hot shop, it'll look brownish or grayish or even just completely black depending on the type of red that you're using. Or if we're using a yellow, it'll look orange while we're using it. If we use, you know, so on and so forth. They all look a little bit different because there's so much heat inside of the glass. So we have to wait for it to fully cool down overnight to see those true colors come back. So I think they're doing that writing on the side now, and it's going to be really hard to get a shot or a view of this, but we can only do maybe a couple letters at a time before the piece starts to get too cold and we risk cracking and breaking. So we have to go right back into that heat, make sure everything stays warm, and then come right back out and continue working on it. And welcome to those who just joined in. I see a few new faces here and there. So I want to reintroduce that we have a kids design glass piece being made in the hot shop right now. And this is a rabbit and monster truck sort of mashup. There we go. I don't know why I said smash up. In this piece, we've already gotten really far. We just need to add some specific details such as the ears and the tail and the teeth of the rabbit. And right now we are writing Carrot Crusher on the side. It's kind of the name of the vehicle. And could I have the image of this kids design glass? Yeah, here we go. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone in the audience could see this, but this is exactly what we're working on right now. And we are using these really thin strands of colored glass, specifically a gray glass, to do all these small details, such as the spokes on the wheels and the outline of the wheels, and also the writing on the side, which we're doing right now. Thank you. And whenever we work on the kids design glass pieces, we always make two of them. One of them goes home with the family and the kid who designed the piece. And then one of them stays at the Museum of Glass, and it will be put on display every now and then, just like you see in the art alley. I just want to mention again real quick, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention, let me know. It could be questions about pieces you've seen in the gallery, it could be questions about just glass in general or the artists you see on the floor. Yeah, feel free to ask away. Oh, and if anyone's curious, I know I didn't mention this to any newcomers, we have some hands-on workshops going on over on the left bench, and I don't really follow along with that process because it's a little bit repetitive, but This is something where you guys sign up for a class and you can kind of come down onto the floor and make your own piece. I think today they're making egg paperweights in a sort of spring theme. And they are all sold out today for those sessions, but I always just like to mention it so you guys can grab them in the future. We do have them every month. So after finishing that lettering, they're going in with a torch and just making sure all those letters are very connected. If you just melt that glass on top and kind of leave it alone, sometimes the connection between the piece and the lettering, if you look at like the cross section, is almost a little bit rounded, and that lettering could just break off. So we're just making sure everything's very smooth and even before we move on, but we still want it to have a raised texture. And it looks like we might have pulled out the tail over on the right bench. We worked on this earlier, and we're getting ready to attach it to the end of the piece. And once again, whenever we're attaching these different components, we always heat up both of those connection points. So we're heating up the end of our piece at the center bench, and we're also going to be heating up the end of the tail that's going to be connected to the overall body at the center bench. And you can see how hot we got the tail. It's glowing this bright orange color. And just like that, we have attached our tail to the end of the piece. And this is mostly just the overall connection. We'll heat up the end of the tail and do a little bit more shaping and pick off the extra little bit of clear that's attached to the end where that pipe was connected. Yeah, we always use clear glass as connection points whenever we attach it to a pipe. You can see the clear glass on the end of this pipe here, for example. This connection is probably going to have to be ground down in the cold working process, which is a process that we sadly don't get to see. But this is when we grind, polish, cut, sandblast the glass. We're basically just working with the glass, quote unquote, cold, hence the name cold working. And we have an entire cold shop in this building. It's just, we don't have a view of it, sadly. Yeah, this is actually a pretty light piece of glass because the body itself is hollow, and that's the largest component. I would say this piece will end up being, maybe like 5 to 7 pounds. I don't know. It might be a bad estimation. There are a lot of solid components, such as the tail and the wheels, that are relatively large, but yeah, it's a pretty light piece of glass. And these, for example, they're really large, but they're so thin and they're hollow, so they're a lot lighter than they seem. Yeah, I just got a good question that I thought I'd repeat to the rest of the audience. I usually try to because you guys absorb information like a sponge, but we actually turn off all of our reheating furnaces, these ones with the large open faces, whenever we're done using them. And then we just turn them back on maybe an hour or so before we get started, maybe up to 2 hours before we get started. They heat up pretty quickly. But the glass furnaces, the tanks with the closed doors specifically, they hold giant ceramic crucibles of molten glass, and we want those to stay the same temperature and texture all throughout. So we leave those running 24/7, and it can actually be very devastating if those shut off. For example, if someone leaves the door cracked, the equipment will recognize that we're just losing heat. The gas is just pumping and the heat is escaping. Sometimes it'll shut off, and then the glass will cool and solidify, and it can actually break the ceramic tank it's sitting inside of. And this piece of equipment is so expensive. They're so unique. They're all handmade. And so it's just very devastating. So we leave it on 24/7, and we maintain them really well. Also, we have brought over a bit of clear. We've attached it to kind of the stomach area of our piece, or just the lower half of the piece. And we are going to be attaching a pipe to this pad of clear, and then breaking it off of the pipe that it's on right now. This is where we're going to be attaching those buck teeth to the face and some other important components. And so we just want to make sure that we don't have all that clear in the front, I guess. So we've brought over that pipe with a little bit of clear on the end as an attachment point. And then we go in with some water and apply this to our connection point. This is cracking it from thermal shock enough for it to pop right off with the tap of the pipe. So just like that, we have disconnected our piece of glass from that original pipe. So we're just heating up those bits of clear on the front, and we'll go in with some tweezers and start to pick them off a little bit. This has to be done pretty carefully to make sure we're not altering any part of the piece around it, and we're just pulling the clear off, which is why we're using this super focused flame. And I believe I pointed it out to most of you earlier, but for those who haven't seen us use this small torch yet, this can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we very quickly heat up a small section of glass at a time. It's really helpful for sculpting or just working with small areas like we are right now. And this is the one piece of equipment that's running off of propane and oxygen. Everything else is running off of natural gas. So we successfully got the mass of clear off. So next we've disappeared around the corner to the powder booth, and the powder booth, as it sounds, we use for powdered colored glass. And it's really important to keep this powder isolated because it's really dangerous to inhale glass particles this small, or just glass particles at all, really. And this booth has some good ventilation in it. So we've just dusted some powder onto the face of the piece. It looks like this might be a very light brown. It's really hard to tell until they melt it in, but I assume maybe this is to cover up that little bit of leftover clear that we had on the face. And we use a broom on the other areas of the glass just to make sure that the powder doesn't stick elsewhere. We just want it on the face and nowhere else. So we still have that usable opening. That tool we just used for a brief moment is called a soffietta. And the cone is meant to block off the opening to a piece. And then, of course, on the other end, there's a mouthpiece that we blow into, and this reinflates the glass. So this is no longer attached to a blowpipe. We can't blow into it from the end of a pipe, so we have to use this soffietta if we need to reinflate anything. And since they were pushing and messing with the face so much, they just had to reinflate that area a little bit. So now we're just balancing heat back out, heating up any areas that are a little bit cold and letting those hot areas cool down. And we are getting the next component ready to bring over. This could be an ear, it could be maybe some buck teeth for the face. but we just have to slowly heat this up inside of the garage, that large silver box. We have kind of a flame in the corner that will heat the glass up even further inside of. And it looks like we are bringing over some teeth first. So with these teeth, these are really small pieces of glass, so we're just heating up the very end of that tooth and then connecting it straight onto the face. So same thing as before, we just heat up that connection point a little bit, push that tooth in. And it looks like Trent is heating up the teeth individually and flattening them out again a little bit using these tweezers. Now, this is something I haven't really mentioned yet today, but different colors of glass actually have very slightly different kind of textures or melting points. White is a more stiff color, or the most stiff color. So whenever we're using white, we have to heat up that area of the glass a lot more than other areas. And black is the complete opposite. It melts really quickly and it's super soft to work with, so it's really hard to work with blown black and white pieces. They tend to blow out unevenly. So whenever you see something that has black and white on it and it's blown, you could just imagine the amount of work that went into heating up one area, cooling down the other area, and then finally they can work with it a little bit, and then that whole process all over again. Yeah, it looks like we're attaching our first ear as well. That little tap of the tray, we probably heated it up enough for the glass to start sticking to the tray a little bit, so just knocked it off real quick. And just like that, we have our first ear. We're really getting there now. So we got positive feedback from the artist, so that means we are done with our piece. And we're just going to get ready to break it off and put it away from here. So we'll torch any quote-unquote weak areas of the glass, so any connection points, any really thin pieces of glass. And also the most important area that we're going to torch is this connection right where that clear glass is attached to the pipe. And we'll torch this area until we see some movement in that connection on the end of the pipe, and then we know it's safe, everything's warm enough to break it off properly and put it away. And you can already see Sarah's gotten suited up in these big Kevlar gloves. These are apparently the same material as firefighting suits, so you don't feel a ton of heat through these gloves. You definitely handle the glass as minimally as possible before putting it away. So it looks like we are ready to break this piece off. So we go in with a little bit of water at the very end of the pipe. This is cracking the connection from thermal shock enough that we just tap the pipe and it should pop off into those Kevlar gloves. And it looks like we'll torch the bottom, get rid of any leftover sharp ends that might remain, and this piece is completely done. So this is the annealer that it's going inside of to keep it warm and then slowly cool it down. And let's give them a huge round of applause now that it's safely inside of that annealer. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, that piece took the first half of the day. That was a really complex, long piece. And once again, 2 of these have to be made, so we have 1 more to make. Yeah, for those who remain, just to share, This is probably going to be our lunch. When we take our lunch, we're usually gone for an hour, so you can expect us to be back maybe around 2:15 or so. We'll have the official return time posted on the screen. And if you ever are just passing through the Grand Hall and you want to check in, we have TV screens that show what's going on in the hot shop too. So the piece you saw earlier, it was finished successfully and it was put away. The place that we put our pieces away are these large black boxes, and they just really slowly cool the glass to prevent it from breaking. So we won't see it again until tomorrow, or I mean, depending on the thickness, they might even take a day, day and a half to cool it down properly. But yeah. We are going to see a second one being made, though. That's what they're getting ready to work on. I think, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we make 2 of them, and one of them goes home with the family and the kid who designed it, and then one of them is staying at the museum, and it can be put on display. Yeah. I think they usually make both of them in the same day. They just get it all done in one go so that they can kind of get into a flow of things. Yeah, for those who are continuing to trickle in, we are going to be working on a kids design glass piece, which if you don't know what those are already, I recommend walking through Art Alley, kind of on the way to the bathrooms. There's a huge row of kids design glass pieces. Kids 12 and younger submit designs that has the chance to be turned into a piece of glass. And so the one that we're doing this time, you can see on the board right in front of the furnace. Yeah, it's a rabbit monster truck mashup sort of piece. I know, it's awesome. And it's called, oh, wait, I have to remember. Yeah, Carrot Crusher, thank you. It's called the Carrot Crusher. And we already made one earlier today, so we're really in the rhythm and flow of things, and we'll whip this one out in the second half of the day. We do make 2 of them every single time we make a kids design glass, so one of them goes home with the family, and then one of them stays here at the museum. I just wanted to point out real quick as well, if anyone's curious about what's going on over on the left, we're doing some hands-on experiences, hands-on opportunities over here. This is something that anyone of a certain age can participate in, and it's completely sold out today, but I just wanted to mention that real quick if anyone was curious. And they are making egg-shaped paperweights because of spring being here, so that's what we're seeing over here. And yeah, I know a couple of new people, well, it's going to continue to happen. A ton of people are going to keep trickling in. You're going to hear me introduce this a few times, so bear with me. But we are working on a kids design glass piece at the center bench, and we have an image of it up on this metal board behind Gabe with the cap. So this is a rabbit and monster truck sort of mashup piece. That's what was designed. And the artist was here earlier. She left after the first piece was made, but We are making 2 of these. One of them stays in the museum, one of them goes home with the family. So we're seeing the second one made now. And based off of the last piece, we'll probably start with all the individual components first, such as the ears and the tail and the wheels that are going on the base of the piece. And we'll set them all aside, and then we'll blow and make the body of the piece and start adding all of our components individually to kind of finish it off. And I think that this probably will take the rest of the day. People asked about timing earlier, and I was totally off. Some of these can be really short, 30, 45 minutes. Some of them take a lot longer. The piece that we made earlier took about 3.5 hours, almost 3.5. So we have a few different ways that we're using color today. Over on the right bench, you can see Sarah has this hot piece of glass on the end of the pipe. All the glass that we're working with at this moment is solid through and through. And it started off as clear, coming from the inside of that tank with the closed door. This is one of our glass furnaces. And we will roll this clear molten glass inside of a dish to pick up either frit, which are shard, almost little tiny pebble-like pieces of glass, or we will use a powdered colored glass, so just a finer version of that to create a layer of color on the outside. And we need some stringers as well for all the details on the surface of the piece later on, such as the writing on the side of the piece and some outlining and the spokes of the wheels. So this is a stringer. This is just some gray glass that was pulled out. And I know a couple of new people have joined in here and there, so I just want to share once again, if you were here earlier, we were working on a kids design glass piece, and we are making the second one now. So you can reference this image in front of Gabe on that metal board here, and we are making that rabbit monster truck mashup sort of piece. And this is called the Carrot Crusher. We're making all the smaller components, all the smaller details right now, such as the teeth, and we made some stringers that are made out of gray glass for some details later on. And over on the right, I think Sarah's going to be making the wheels again for this piece. So if you haven't seen it already, Sarah just used the glass furnace, and this is basically just a tank with a really large ceramic crucible inside of it filled with molten clear glass. So this glass is about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's the texture of honey when it first comes out of the furnace. So it's really malleable, it's really soft, and Sarah let that previous layer of glass cool down, and using that fresh heat, she pushed most of the clear glass off. So we just have a really, really thin layer of clear, basically just protecting that color on the surface more than anything else. So once again, just to show off the color, Trent has taken some clear molten glass and is rolling it in a dish that is right on top of that stool. And we are just coating this clear in layers of this really light brown that's going to be used as the background color for the ear and the overall color for the body, and then also the color for the tail for this piece. So just that overall color, really. And if anyone's curious, the different colors in glass, they come from different metals, minerals, and oxides that are mixed into the original clear glass mixture. And we don't do any of this color making ourselves. We just get the color shipped in already ready to use in our piece like this. So same thing as what Sarah did. Trent also got a layer of clear on the outside of this light brown. And just to point out before they actually do it, whenever they finish any of these components, we'll set the pieces aside in this large silver box right here. This is sitting at just about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is our garage. And it's just meant to keep the glass warm enough not to break, but cool enough that it's not going to melt or change shape inside of that box. So we'll set all of those individual components aside, the wheels, the ears, the teeth, and then we'll pull them back out one by one and just attach everything together all at the end. So don't be surprised when they walk away with a piece of glass and then it just kind of seemingly disappears. It's going inside of that box. And at the center bench, Gabe has just brought over a pink bit of glass. I know it looks orange right now. It's just because of all the heat that it's maintaining. It's glowing like lava. And this is going to make up kind of that inner portion of the rabbit's ear. So just another detail to add to the piece. So Trent briefly textures it using the shears. And eventually this ear will also be completely flattened. Right now it's kind of a cone shape, but it will eventually become completely flat. Yeah, so once again, we created this wheel, so now we're ready to set it aside in the garage. And this process will continue. Usually they will make an extra 1 or 2 components for each part of the piece, so if anything drops or breaks during the process, they don't have to scramble and start from scratch. They just have another piece set aside, and they can just swap it out. So we will probably see them make a handful more of these components each. And while we have a little bit of time, I did want to share a video about the Kids Design Glass program. This talks about some of the experiences the kids have had, and it just shows off some more of the pieces, and the artists themselves talk video as well. So could I have the Kids Design Glass video, please?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give 1 to the family, and we'll keep 1 to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, I've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So we have already finished our first ear. It looks like we're preparing the second one now. And I'm not sure, I think there were a couple of new people that joined during the video. I was playing that video to show off kids design glass. And this is because we're making a kids design glass piece in the hot shop right now. And this piece is, here we go. This piece right here. And our artist was in here earlier. They got to see the first one being made. We make two of them so that one of them can go home with the family and one of them stays here at the museum. And this is the Carrot Crusher. This is a rabbit and monster truck hybrid. So very cool, very unique piece. And we are making all the individual components first, and then we will put all of them together. So this piece really comes to life at the end once we start adding all those components and attaching things. We're starting with the wheels over on the right bench. So this glass is going to end up being black. And the glass at the center bench, this is turning into the ears. We've already made one ear, as I pointed out a moment ago. And yeah, we'll just keep moving on, keep making stuff. I think that we already have the teeth as well. It's big buck teeth for the front. For those who haven't seen the coloring process of the glass yet, this is the way that we're getting the color for the ears and the tail of the rabbit. Is we're using frit. I think it's frit or it's a powder. Frit and powder have a similar concept where you have your hot clear glass on the end of the pipe and then you roll it inside of a dish that's filled with either a sand textured glass, which is called frit, or a powdered glass, which of course is just really fine powder. But either way, that's going to stick to the surface of the glass and form a layer of color. And we usually have to do this multiple times over just to make sure the color is rich enough that we can't quite see through it. And then we just continue on with our shaping and sculpting. So Gabe is preparing the tail, which of course is a much larger piece of glass than the ears that we've been making at the center bench. And could I have the image of our kids design glass up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I just wanted to show this off once again for anyone who hadn't seen it yet. This is exactly what we're working on right now. We're just making all the individual components, and eventually we'll see it all come together. And we did make one of these earlier. This is one of our kids design glass that we choose once a month. And yeah, we make two, so one can go home with the family and one will stay here at the museum to be put on display eventually. Yeah, once again, each time we finish a piece of glass or being knocked off into the garage, this large silver box, to stay warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I know. 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit sounds more than warm, but it holds the glass at a temperature such that it doesn't break or crack from thermal shock or cooling too quickly, but it also doesn't melt or change shape. It's not quite hot enough to do that either. In this white glass that Gabe is working with on the floor, this is some glass that was flattened and then pulled earlier. This will be our buck teeth for the front of the piece. And once again, this is our tail that we're shaping at the center bench right here. And what we're doing next is we've brought over another solid pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. This is just acting as an attachment point. We'll attach it to the end of our tail and then break it off of its original pipe. And this is all just to flip the orientation of the piece. We'll do this with basically any piece of glass we make in the hot shop. Anything blown definitely needs to be flipped so that we can actually open it up, for example, and flare it open, such as these pieces on the front pedestal. And even if it's sculptural, we still need to get to the other side so we could shape both sides of the piece, unless it happens to just work out perfectly like those ears, so we just popped right off. So we are just finishing off the shape of the tail at the center bench. When we broke that glass off of its original pipe, we were left with basically a little window into the piece of glass because we have mostly clear glass for all of these solid components, and that color is almost on the surface of the glass with just a thin layer of clear over top of that. And so when you break that pipe away, it takes off some of that color with it. So that's why we were kind of picking at the end and pulling some glass off. But now we have finished that tail and we just set it aside inside of the garage as well to keep it warm. And now we will probably soon get started on the body for this piece. And the body for this piece is going to be blown, which makes the piece a little bit lighter overall. We're using a little bit less material as well. So Gabe has pulled out a hollow pipe this time and sitting at the bench with it. He gathered a single layer of clear on the end of this pipe and he blew a bubble inside of it. So we already have that bubble. We're just going to let this sit and cool down a little bit. And Trent is working with some solid colored glass on the end of his pipe. This is eventually going to be brought over to that clear bubble and we'll melt it down and drop it on top of that clear bubble, kind of spread that color over top. And this creates a layer of color across the entire piece. This technique is called a color drop or a color overlay. It's what we use to get a really smooth, even layer of color across the piece. There's no marking, there's no speckling like the other ways of coloring. So we're all working on the same piece basically, but we're just working on the individual components. So at the center bench, this is basically the start of the body of the piece. And then over on the right bench, Sarah's just continuing to make those wheels. Those ones are pretty large and they take a little bit more time, so she has to work on those for a little while before we can focus more on the body. Yeah, so once we dropped that color on top of that clear bubble, we're just going through the process of pushing and rolling that color back little bit by little bit until it completely covers up that clear. And eventually, once this is very smooth, we'll go ahead and gather a layer of clear over top of this as well to build up some mass for the piece. And yeah, oftentimes we only use like this much color, just a very small amount of color, and then a lot of clear glass surrounding it on either side. Colored glass is pretty rich, so we only have to use so much of it. So this is a woven carbon fiber pad, and we usually fill it with wet newspaper just to kind of add some layers of insulation. And that newspaper is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. It's just that small pad of material. Now, what we used that pad for, we wanted to taper the end of the glass so that this powdered color glass that we're about to apply, which you'll see on the screen, will go all the way to the end of the piece, or to the end of the bubble, I should say. So this is a little bit of a lighter brown than what we used earlier, and it's going to layer with that darker brown underneath, just create some more depth of color. And we usually have to do this multiple times. Powdered color is pretty fine, so we'll have to heat it up and go back, sprinkle it on again, and then heat it up and go back. And this is usually done maybe, it depends on the thickness, 2 to 4 times usually. So you can already see that kind of speckling that the layer of powder created across the surface of the piece. So this is adding a little bit of texture to the piece as well visually. So we're letting the bubbles sit yet again. In between layers of clear, we always let the glass cool down. If we're gathering hot glass on top of hot glass, then we could start to lose our shape and the color could start to kind of strip away. It's really interesting to watch all that happen. But we definitely don't want that for the piece, so we always let that previous layer cool down before we gather our next layer of clear. And it looks like we're using a pipe cooler right now as well. This is a trough of water that we set the pipe down into, and that's why you might see some steam rising. So that water cools it down. And all of the pieces of clear glass that go into that tall bucket that Sarah just used, this is all eventually crushed up and then thrown back into the glass furnace to melt down again. So we do reuse a pretty large portion of our clear glass. Also, I know we've seen them use this tool already, but just to point it out real quick, this is a block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool. They're kept completely saturated in water, which we had it in a water bucket just behind the bench. And this is hopefully creating a layer of steam between the wood and the glass from the light and frost effect. We don't actually want them to touch, and that steam will shape the glass. And this is all just to make sure the bubble blows out evenly. We'll usually use that block 2 times before we start blowing it out. So we've heated this glass up. We've hung it down towards the floor a little bit. We're using gravity to shape the glass into a bit of a narrow, long shape just to start off with. And to even the heat out, we're cooling down the tip of the bubble or the front of the bubble with this air gun and using this large fluffy flame to heat up the area closer to the pipe. As you can see, whenever we go inside of the furnace, the area closest to the pipe is going in last, and it's also coming out first, so it naturally cools down very quickly and it's just not getting as much heat. So we do apply extra heat to it throughout the process. And now we're using the jacks, these two metal blades. We're carving down into the glass right next to the pipe, and this is basically a breaking point. Once we have the overall shape that we want later on, we'll break the piece off from that line. So to create the height that the head is supposed to have for this piece, we grabbed the end of the bubble and allowed gravity to pull down another section of it, just kind of stretching it out in one direction. And next we'll start using this setup over on the table. This is a piece of kiln shelf that we've laid out. We usually will preheat it a little bit as well and then coat it with some beeswax, which is all that burnt black material is just burnt beeswax. This just prevents the glass from sticking to the kiln shelf while we're using it to flatten it. And while we're flattening the bottom, we're also pushing from various sides to get the flat front that we want and then also the flat sides. This is a pretty boxy piece, so we have to really push the bubble to be a geometric shape. Yeah, the bubble wants to be round. You know, that's a good question. I actually don't know the exact price or anything. I think a lot of people get them used, for example, and I know that there are people that build them themselves, but they're usually not as professional as these ones. It'll be like an empty steel barrel, and then they'll add some insulating kiln brick, and then they'll just attach stuff to the back, and they don't quite have a temperature gauge, you know. And so those ones are a lot cheaper, maybe a couple $100, but these ones, thousands and thousands of dollars for sure. Yeah, this is a really, really professional, really nice hot shop, multi-million-dollar hot shop. Also, sometimes when we use those corkwood paddles, there will be small particles that come off and stick onto the glass from the corkwood burning. So we'll use a straw broom to brush those pieces off. Otherwise, they could permanently stick in the glass. So that's why we use that straw broom. And yeah, a lot of different tools we use in here will slowly burn away, and we have to buy new ones, including the corkwood paddles, including the straw broom. But it's important to have insulating materials to be able to use on the glass, such as wood. So as you can tell, we're just working on kind of the front half of this piece for now. So like the face and the front half of the body. And what we'll have to do is once we're done with that, we'll attach another pipe to the face area, and then we'll break this entire piece of glass off of the pipe that it's on right now. And this is going to give us access to the back end of the piece where we'll be attaching the tail, and we'll have to finish off the shape on that side first, of course. So that's what we're preparing to do now. We're heating up a tungsten drill bit and we're pushing it into the face. So this is both melting, drilling a hole into the piece. Yeah, as you guys remember, this is a hollow piece of glass that we've been working with. And we want it to remain hollow, but we can't create a vacuum. And a vacuum is created when we have a completely sealed piece of glass. This can cause the glass to actually implode in on itself on a later date. It's all based off of the thickness of the glass and the heat inside of the glass. Not exactly sure how that works, but to prevent a vacuum, we drill this small hole and it makes sure that there's always an opening into the piece. And Sarah over on that right bench is working with another hollow pipe, and she has some clear glass on the end of it. This is going to eventually be attached over top of that hole they just drilled, allowing them to continue to blow into the piece even after breaking it off of the pipe it's on right now. I know, super complicated process, but it's all playing out. And we did make one of these earlier, so they're really into the flow and rhythm of things. So it looks like we've finished preparing that second pipe. So to describe this clear attachment point we have on the end of it, we burst open the bubble on the end of that pipe. So if they were to blow into the end, that air would just pass all the way through. And now, since we're attaching it over that hole, we'll be able to blow into the piece after we eventually break this piece off of its original pipe and then close that end up. It looks like the connection's not as secure as they want, so they're just going in, reheating that area lightly, fixing it up. And to break the piece off, we apply water to cause purposeful breaking in the glass from thermal shock, and then tap the pipe, and it pops right off. So now we have successfully flipped the orientation of our piece. Our next step is going to be closing off that opening that was created from breaking the piece off of that other pipe. So we have to apply quite a bit of heat to just the front of the piece, the front of the piece now being that end. So it might be a little bit hard to see, but we're hanging out in the furnace in such a way that only the front is being heated, or is being heated for the most part. So to start closing this off, Trent's going in with some tweezers first. He's stretching out this area of the glass just a little bit and giving himself something to kind of create a divot inside of. So this is all done really smoothly, basically all in one go with that one heat. And just like that, we have closed off that opening. So from here, we can start to blow this out again a little bit since we have it sealed on the end, and we can start to shape it and give it that little bit of a boxy shape on the end. So while Gabe is blowing into the end of the pipe, Trent is doing some shaping using that same carbon fiber pad. So it's looking like we pretty much have that body shape overall. So now we'll be able to start adding in those components pretty soon. Pretty soon. Yeah, so once again, for anyone who wasn't in here earlier, we have already made all of the individual sculptural bits that we'll be adding to this piece, such as the ears and the tail and the wheels. Oh, and the buck teeth. They're all sitting inside of this garage, which is this large silver box right here, sitting at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So just barely warm enough to not crack and break from thermal shock, and then just cool enough that it's not going to start moving and changing shape. So Trent's marking where those wheels are going to go. We'll be using this same torch quite a bit starting now. We have to heat up all of those attachment points between all of these individual components and the surface of our blown bubble. And it looks like we've pulled out our first wheel that's sitting over on the right bench. Gabe is going to be heating up at that connection and getting ready to break it off and bring it over to the center bench. And again, to attach these pieces of glass together, we'll heat up just those connection points. So we're trying to keep the rest of both of the pieces pretty cold so that we don't lose our overall shape that we've worked so hard to get. So we have just attached our first wheel, and this is going to continue until we have all 4 wheels attached, and then we'll move on to the smaller and smaller components. We usually attach those larger ones first because the thin ones, they get hot so quickly and then they start to move around and lose their shape. So just take care of the thicker ones so we don't have to worry about as much first. Now, after breaking that wheel off of its original pipe, we have this little nub left over on the outside of the wheel. This is where we want our spokes. So we're going to pick off this excess bit of glass, and then eventually we'll bring over some white glass and stamp it down, and then draw those spokes by hand using these thin strands of gray glass. And we have these strands of color already made and set aside. Not quite sure where they put them, but we'll see them use those to create some details like the spokes, and then we'll also use them to write Carrot Crusher on the side of the piece, which, once again, that's what this piece is all about. It's about a rabbit monster truck. So we're already pretty much ready to attach that second wheel. We're just heating up those two connection points once again, making sure that everything's going to solidly connect. So there we already have our second wheel. So we are heating up our last wheel over on that right bench. And then we'll also have that tail to attach. And pretty soon we will start figuring out the face. So this pipe is attached right where we want to add the buck teeth. So we eventually have to create another attachment point. We'll attach a pipe to kind of the stomach of the piece, and then we'll break it off of this pipe as well. So we have quite a bit of work left to do still. So there we have just attached our fourth and final wheel. And could I have the Kids Design glass drawing up on the screen, please? Can I have the Kids Design glass drawing up on the screen, please? So for those who just joined in, I wanted to show off this drawing on the screen, which is up now. So if anyone hasn't seen this yet, this is exactly what we are making right now. And this is a little description as well as the title. This is one of our mini Kids Design glass that we've created. And luckily, the artist herself got to come in earlier and watch us make the first one. But we do make two of them. One of them goes home with the family. One of them stays here at the museum and is eventually displayed. So we are just finishing off this second one, bringing over all of these different components and attaching everything together. It's going to be like a light brown. Try to get it as close to the final image as possible. Yeah, we even are going to hand draw spokes in the wheels. Yeah. Yeah, the last one they made, there were a lot of hand-drawn details, including the writing on the side, which says Carrot Crusher. And speaking of the spokes and the wheels, it looks like we're getting ready with a white bit of glass that we'll start bringing over and attaching to the center of each of the wheels. And this is supposed to be kind of like a blank space, as if you're looking through the wheel. It's supposed to look like kind of the background of the page. And then we'll draw the spokes over top of those white circles. So we've just brought over that hot bit of white color, and this is just pure colored glass through and through. We do not make the colored glass ourselves, but we get it shipped in. We attach it to the end of our pipe with a little bit of clear glass, and then we melt it down and use it. And this solid colored bar, it starts looking like this in this white tray here. And then we just have to melt it down and shape it and use it. It's what we use to get this solid, even layer of color on the outside, or I guess it's technically sandwiched between layers of clear, actually, but it looks like a solid color, right? If you just look at the cross section, it's mostly clear glass. Also, just to point out this small handheld torch again for any newcomers, this is the hottest item in our hot shop, which you can see that bright blue in the flame, but it gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we very quickly heat up a small section of glass at a time. It's really helpful for sculpting like we are today. So we have all the white dots that we need for the wheels, but Next, we're going to use this same bit of white for the eyes on either side of the rabbit monster truck. Yeah, for those who just joined in, this is what we're working on right now. This is a Kids Design glass piece. We made one earlier today, and we're making a second one because one goes home with the family, one stays here at the museum. And luckily, the artist who designed this drawing got to see the first one be made. So now this is where we're going to start seeing a lot of detail. We're starting to use some stringers, which once again are strands of colored glass. We pulled these earlier. They're just a gray color through and through. And yeah, this type of glass making where we're working with this small focused flame on a smaller scale, this is called flame working. There are many forms of flame working, and I really like to compare and bring up the pieces that we have in the galleries right now. All those small insects, for example, those were all made with flame working with small amounts of glass at a time using a small flame. It's a really detail-oriented version of glass making. And we can combine different forms of glass making. I mean, obviously we have this large blown piece with all these sculptural elements, and now we're flame working on top of it. So just an example of what you can do with different techniques. So this is an extra little bit of detail that they've been adding so far. They've been using these stringers to create a little circle around the spokes as well. Probably just tie the design together, make it flow a little bit smoother into the tires. They've also done the pupils at this point. And then once again, the only other place that these stringers are going to be used is the writing on the side of the piece. So this is the point where we start that handwriting. And this is going to take a lot of focus, a lot of patience. You can only do a couple letters at a time before the glass starts to cool down. And we have to heat everything up and just make sure that it doesn't get cold enough to crack. That's what's most important right now. So we'll be in and out of that furnace pretty frequently, just making sure it stays warm. And Trent is still using a stringer, but he's working on a pretty small scale. He has to be really careful. And once again, what we're writing on the side is carrot crusher. So welcome into the hot shop. We're working on this right here. This is a rabbit monster truck sort of hybrid. This is a kid's design glass, of course. We are making the second one that we've made today. We usually will make two so that one can go home with the family and then one stays here at the museum. Yeah. Those are probably made by our hot shop team that works here full time. They'll make items for the store. They're probably really nice store items. It's actually mostly just design, mostly aesthetic. Yeah, it's based off of these old wood burners that used to be along the waterway here before the area was cleaned up. And so it's just kind of paying tribute to the history of the area. So it looks like we have finished writing out carrot crusher on the side of our piece. So now we're just lightly torching all of it. We want to make sure that the lines aren't too raised off of the piece. Otherwise, if anything brushes against them, they could pop off. And I believe we'll be getting the tail ready now as well. We have a few more details to add. We have the tail, and then we have the 2 ears, and then we also have the buck teeth that are supposed to be added to the front of the piece, which is currently attached to the pipe. So we eventually will have to attach another pipe somewhere else on the piece before we can break this piece off of the pipe that it's on now, and then pick off kind of a little bit of that clear glass, and then we add the buck teeth. So still have a little bit of work to do. The last one we made took about 3 hours, 15 minutes, 3.5 hours, somewhere in there. And this piece is going a little bit faster, but it looks like we still will finish it just before the end of the day. So Gabe has the tail over on that right bench. He's heating up the end of it where it's going to be connected to the piece. And then we're also spot heating just the area where we're going to be attaching the tail on the body of the piece itself. So here we've just come over with the tail. And as soon as this is attached, they break away this secondary pipe. Yeah, you guys came in just after we attached the tail. And we do still have the ears to attach, and then we have to fix the face area a little bit and then add the buck teeth. But those are the final details, so we're really close to being done. So we have created this small disc of clear glass on kind of the belly area of this piece. And this is where we're going to be attaching a pipe right to the bottom of the piece. And it looks like Gabe's working on that now over on the right bench. But this will allow us to break the piece off of the pipe that it's on right now so we can start working on the face a little bit more. So to be able to fit properly inside of that furnace, we have to open up some of the doors because the orientation of this piece is going to be flipped in such a way that the piece is going to be maybe even twice as wide as it was before. So just to be able to fit inside, we had to open up those doors. And we haven't flipped the orientation yet, of course, but we'll see that happen very soon. So Gabe is bringing that pipe over. Once again, this is just a little bit of clear glass on the end of the pipe. This is going to act as an attachment point. And it should be heated up just the right amount where it's not so hot that it's going to fuse, but it's hot enough to move and be a little bit malleable. So now that we've broken that piece off of its original pipe, we're going to start getting rid of this extra clear glass that's still attached to the face. And what they did last time was they just heated it up and they pulled it a little bit and then they cut it with a pair of shears, which are kind of like glass scissors. So that's what we can expect this time as well. And then they will add on those buck teeth and add on those ears. And those ears, because they're thin and long, they really want to move around, especially when we get them warmer. So we attach those last. So we've gotten rid of most of that extra clear glass. And now we'll go in with the Sophietta, that cone-shaped tool. Probably reinflate the face a little bit. Yeah, we're doing a lot of pushing and pulling and just really altering the front of the piece. And we're not able to blow into this pipe, so we have to blow into it another way. And that way is using the Sophietta, that cone-shaped tool that was briefly preheated. It's hollow all the way through, so we just blow into a mouthpiece in the end. So just like that, we have reinflated the front of the piece. That means pretty soon we're going to see them attach those buck teeth and then also those 2 rabbit ears. And then that piece is pretty much done. And we're still continuing those hands-on workshops over on the left of the hot shop. Yeah, those are something we have at least 1 weekend a month. I think that sometimes that happens more frequently, but people are able to come down and make their own glass items. I think this time they are egg-shaped paperweights in the theme of spring. So there, now we have our buck teeth. And they are sticking straight out at this moment, but they'll do a little bit of altering and eventually push them into the right angle that they need to be in. And next we're adding on those ears. So we're heating up just one area at the top of the head. And Sarah's getting ready to pull the ears out of the garage, that large silver box that's been keeping them warm this whole time. Yeah, so now we're just very gently adjusting things, making sure all the cold areas are staying warm. So we keep using this large fluffy torch to heat up this area, basically where the glass is connected to the pipe. We'll always heat up this connection point until we see some movement in it, and then we know it's safe to break it off and put it away. But there we have it. We have all of our components on this piece. So that means this piece is pretty much finished. We're just getting ready to break it off and put it away. So with a simple tap of the pipe, that piece was cleanly broken off. We're just torching the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends that might possibly remain, but that piece is completely done. And this is going inside of the annealer, one of our mini annealers. They sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and they slowly cool down with the press of a button. They have programming depending on the thickness of the glass. So we'll be able to see this piece maybe tomorrow, maybe at the latest 2 days from now. And yeah, that was it.